So we are literally joining right now in the third and final round of the Katana versus Armfield fight as we cover UFC 297 Canada, headlined by the controversial Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis, a man who has a big fight ahead of him if he passes the test tonight, which is the biggest fight of his life, the pinnacle of what most men who train all their lives in mixed martial arts to dream of, which is this, the world title. Dricus du Plessis now has a chance. He was supposed to fight Israel Adesanya back in September. It was too much of a quick turnaround, getting his big win from Robert Whittaker in July, and then all of a sudden to jump into September. It was really a big task for somebody like that. So now he has his chance once again as he waited, but just not the superstar in Israel Adesanya. But in the midst of that surprise, we also have this situation going on where Sean Strickland is now a superstar. So we have about 155 left of the third round with Katana and Armfield. And then Katana gets another takedown as he basically out-grappled him this whole entire fight. So looks like Katana is going to finish this fight off right here on top. And looks like he's going to win just based on his grappling alone. Let's see here. Let's take a look at all the other fights that had happened tonight. Obviously, you saw the Sean Woodson fight against Jourdain. That was a very close matchup. I mean, we're talking about it could have gone to either guy, but at the same time, it's really not a far cry of injustice for giving it to Sean in any kind of way, Sean Dodson. You can argue it for Charles Jourdain, but again, I think Dodson just has a certain height that he just wasn't able to handle in terms of the striking aspect and the jabbing fest that Sean Woodson had going on. Sorry, I called him Dodson. I meant to say Woodson. But here's Brad Katana right now with a single leg attempt on Armfield as he's pushing him up against the fence, as Armfield right now is hitting him with some shots from the elbow. And now 20 seconds left into this fight. So that was one of the controversial fights during the night. How about Malcolm Gordon starting off really fast against Jimmy Flick? Now, what's interesting about this right here is that Jimmy Flick sort of stayed the course. He didn't try to overextend himself. He didn't really try to, let's say, overfight in the way that Malcolm Gordon did earlier tonight. So I think, yeah, Brad Katana is going to win this one just based on the grappling that we just saw right now. That remains to be the end of the prelims. Now we're going to head into the main card, and that's what we're here for, is the show and the party. So Malcolm Gordon, he started off really fast, but Jimmy Flick was able to submit him in the second round. Jasmine gets her submission win as well in that fight. Johan Lenez gets submitted by Sam Patterson. Didn't really have a good account of himself in the last fight. Obviously, it was his debut, and now he was able to catch a submission his second time around, and better times ahead for that guy. Ramon Tavares gets a decision over City, the Ukrainian fighter, and the Charles Jourdain and the Sean Woodson fight I was telling you guys about. And here we are with Brad Katana. And after this fight, obviously, it's going to be opened up by Arnold Allen and Movsar Evloev, who's 17-0, 19-2 for Arnold Allen. A very good fight, very good card opener. And now we're waiting for the official decision for Brad Katana against Armfield. And I predict that, Brad Katana had won this one. Let's see. 29-28. Wow, Armfield won this one, according to the judges. Let me know in the comment section below, guys, if you think that that was justice for Garrett to win that. Was it the striking that won him? Was it not enough striking on the part of Brad Katana to lose that one, on top of the fact that, well, maybe some judges just look at grappling a whole lot more than they look at, let's say, striking, but you never know. So here comes Sean Strickland right now walking into the Scotia Arena. And then here's a shot right now of Dricus du Plessis also doing the same thing. Who looks more relaxed? I'm going to say Dricus. Look at Dricus. He's just saying hi to everybody in the security staff, everybody in the whole entire place. Sean Strickland looks a little bit nervous, like he always does. This is the thing about Sean Strickland. He always looks nervous in every fight. Now, why would he not be, right? I think that this is a natural thing for a lot of fighters to be scared. I think you would probably be a sociopath if you're not a scared fighter. But at the same time, I think that there's some positivity to being a sociopath if you really think about it, especially in the world of fighting. You look at George St. Pierre, since we're in the subject of Canada tonight, right? You look at this guy, I got to tell you, he doesn't look like the most crazy guy in the world, right? And most fighters are supposedly supposed to be all crazy and insane and just out of their minds and this and that. And then here comes George St. Pierre. He's a very methodical, very soft-spoken, and not only that, the type of guy that I think you would trust your kids to be around. Of course, not if you're Wonder Boy Thompson, according to Colby Covington. But nonetheless, he's a good role model is what I'm trying to say. So he's somebody that you can trust, or at least somebody that looks trusting. The problem with George St. Pierre is that this guy was scared out of his mind every fight that he had got into. He would even ask Brendan Schaub in the middle of it, "Hey, Brendan, I am very scared. I don't know what to do." And at the time, Brendan Schaub was nothing more than just an Ultimate Fighter contestant. And speaking of which, tying that into the Brad Katana and the Armfield fight. But nonetheless, so yeah, as we're watching the cold open of the pay-per-view portion of this card right now, I think that it doesn't help all the time to be a sociopath, but I got to tell you, you're really going to be in a lot of fights where you're going to walk in scared. Now, if you are a sociopath and you go into the world of fighting, man, I got to tell you, I think that it's a real advantage. So everybody's always saying that Sean Strickland is a sociopathic guy. He's crazy or this and that, right? So when you look at his body language as he's walking into the arena, he actually looks reasonable, because it's reasonable to honestly be scared going into a fight, which tells you what? Sean Strickland is not a sociopath. What Sean Strickland is a thoughtful human being, but not only that, thoughtful in the way that he approaches the fights. So I want you to keep that in mind as we're going through the main cards tonight and jumping right into the main event as we're reacting to this live right now. So I want you to understand what I just said, right? Is Sean Strickland truly a sociopath? Or is he just putting on an act? You want my honest opinion? I think Sean Strickland is just out there putting on an act. Because if he isn't, then honestly, he would not have this thoughtful personality that he has outside of the cage, because regardless of how you feel about him, you got to remember there are other people that look at him in a different light, that see him in a different stratosphere than you would. So it's really important to understand that, even though you sort of have an apparent label that you could give him as to what he is apparently showing you. Also on the cards tonight, obviously, we have Pennington, Raquel Pennington taking on Mayra Bueno Silva, which right here, this is an interesting fight, because guess what? This right here is a title fight. For those of you that don't know, this is going to be a fight for the vacant 135-pound championship that Amanda Nunes had let go for reasons that, well, let's just be honest, right? You can't go into this fighting career forever. So as a result, you're going to have to retire at some point. And she picked her mark and her point to do that, which was, by the way, ironically enough, was when the UFC was last in Canada, which was in UFC Vancouver. So now here we are. We have John Anik being introduced in the pay-per-view portion. And I believe that he is going to be joined by Daniel Cormier and what's his name? Dominic Cruz. So yeah, Raquel Pennington fight tonight. That's going to be held for the 135-pound championship. I got to tell you, I think it's good that they're doing that. Because I got to tell you, man, you look at Tom Aspinall, right? Let's be honest. Maybe there's a lot of us that truly believe that Tom Aspinall can win, and rightfully so he can. But we also have to understand there's a portion of people out there that also believe John Jones would easily beat Tom Aspinall. Do you believe that? Well, personally, no. I don't believe that. I think that Tom Aspinall is warranted in the excitement that he's garnering from the fans in the current moment of time. And I'm going to tell you why. Again, just like with this particular refreshing matchup with the vacant 135-pound belt, I think that it refreshes everybody's memory in terms of having a new champion as somebody who is, let's say, less dominant, or somebody that is exciting, because guess what? Other people are going to be able to put up a fight to which the titles are going to constantly change. Sort of like what they had in the old school 205 days of Rampage, Liddell, and Shogun Rua, and Lyoto Machida, and the list goes on. Rashad Evans, that particular era before John Jones kicked in and basically dominated the whole particular division, to which he was just the significant ruler for a long time. Nonetheless, here's something you got to understand, right? It's always refreshing when you have a new guy, and it's not really a surprise why somebody like Tom Aspinall is garnering all this attention that he is in the current moment of time right now. He deserves it because he's a fresh new guy that a lot of people have really yet to see within the heavyweight division. And then obviously John Jones is the guy on top. And a lot of people are not really rating John Jones or feel confident that he can beat these newer guys, because John Jones has already went through a plethora of generations. He went from the Shogun Rua generation, where he was 23 years old and was able to obtain the championship belt at that particular early portion of his career. Then he moves on to Rampage. Then he moves on to the new school guys such as Gustafsson, and then goes on to the next generation with Dominic Reyes, and then moves up to another weight class and another generation in Cyril Gane. And it just seems that John Jones is perhaps maybe really satisfied with his run, to which he may not care about your opinion at some point. Maybe there was a point where he did, but I think the opinion of how you feel about other people criticizing you is only as far as what you really believe in yourself. And what do I mean by that? Well, if John Jones truly believed in himself, like he did back in the days where he knew that he was the man and the undisputed pound-for-pound ranked #1 guy over Khabib, over those other names that he was championing in those era of GSP and Silva and whatnot, he would then go on and face another generation. But I think he's faced his limit, which is Tom Aspinall. So it's really important to understand that. So, yeah, I'm just basically rambling on about any random situation that's going on in the fight game right now. Obviously, in particular, the heavyweight division that remains looming to who is the true undisputed guy. But nonetheless, what we have is really an insecure division, right? So, yeah, as I'm talking about that, we're just watching all the previews to Bueno Silva and what's her name? Raquel Pennington tonight. So, We're just waiting for the first card of the night to go on. And stay tuned. We will be right back as we're continuing on this coverage for this one. All right, we're back. So the next matchup right now is obviously Arnold Allen taking on Evloev, 17-0. Arnold Allen trains out of the TriStar gym with Faraz Zahabi. Now, I'm going to tell you what's really significant about this. Not only is he trained here, he's also trained with a buddy of mine named Tommy Jacobs, who was the former captain of the British national team. And this is the guy that Arnold Allen boxes when he's back home in England. And when he's training out in Canada, he's training with the best in the world, which is none other than Georges St-Pierre, and unarguably the best trainer of all time, which is none other than Faraz Zahabi. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe for this particular content as we are covering UFC 297. I'm going to be covering MMA, boxing, all of combat sports for a very long time. Obviously, MMA centric to that degree, but nonetheless, we cover all the significant events of combat sports, their storylines, psychologies, and geopolitics that's involved in it, all rolled into one. So this is what I can offer the world of mixed martial arts. And also, I've trained, competed myself. So, you know, I think that it's a great way to give a different perspective than what, let's say, other MMA YouTubers who haven't competed or haven't trained or don't know a lot of people in the industry and that sort of nature. But here we go. 17-0 Evloev walking into the cage as he awaits Arnold Allen. Or is Arnold Allen already in the cage? Let's see. One of these Dagestanis that's on the rise once again. Now, they had Zabit, as you guys remember. But Zabit obviously had to retire. I believe he is now becoming a doctor to a certain extent of his life right now. But nonetheless, that's where we're at with this young man. But as for the replacement, it's none other than Evloev right here. So here we go. Arnold Allen is walking in right now with the Queen's anthem, We Will Rock You, I believe. Comes out with the Union Jack. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe if you guys are watching this live with me right now, as we are about to open the pay-per-view portion of this card with Arnold Allen and Evloev. 17-0, Dagestani Russian fighter taking on the Englishman, Arnold Allen. Dominic Cruz says that Arnold Allen said that he needed to be first. I believe that he's quoting Arnold Allen. So that's something to keep in mind in this matchup. Who's going to implement their game plan within the first couple of minutes? Because we know that Arnold Allen can be a fast starter, but at the same time, he can also be a very methodical fighter, a thinking man's fighter, and what have you. So here we go. He is now walking into the cage as he is putting on his mouthpiece. I hope you guys checked out some of my previews that I had for this fight. But yeah, at this point, doesn't really matter now. We are live and we are covering this particular portion of the pay-per-view. By the way, a pay-per-view that I think has been really underestimated by a lot of people. And again, here's something that is a common thing that's going on in MMA right now, right? When there's, let's say, a card like this is quote-unquote boring. This is what happens. They say something to the extent, well, okay, you know what? This card isn't going to be exciting. And then by the end of the night, they're handing out fight night bonuses, bonus awards, and submission and knockout of the year categories, not just the entire fight card. Now, why is that? Why does that always happen when they underestimate a card? I'm going to tell you why. The sport of MMA is designed that way. The chaos and the violence that is involved in mixed martial arts is so unpredictable that by nature, it's always going to give you something new and different every time. And it never fails. So understand that. So here comes Bruce Buffer now announcing both of them right now. Canada! 297. Skilled Trade College. Yeah, that's who's sponsoring this. Interesting. I've never seen a college community of some sort really become a sponsor for the UFC before, but that's an interesting sponsor. Hey, I tell you what, any sponsor that UFC picks up doesn't seem like it's wrong, right? It seems like they have a good reason in understanding your demographics or the type of, you know, I'm not a beer drinker, so I wouldn't know anything about the whole Bud Light thing, but let me know about your comments and your thoughts on this particular matter and all matters of mixed martial arts in UFC 297 right now. Here comes Evloev being announced by Bruce Buffer. Evloev. And here comes the local Canadian fans just booing him out. And here comes Arnold Allen the training partner and good friend of my friend, Tommy Jacobs from England. Shout outs to him in the Essex area of the UK. Now a big boxing promoter putting up a lot of big fights in the EBO promotions. I urge you guys to go check that out. So shout outs to all the independent promoters out there in the fight game. And here comes Arnold Allen being announced by Bruce Buffer. Almighty Allen! Marc Goddard. The famous English referee, Marc Goddard. Here we go, round one. Let's react to this, guys. All right, round one. Here we go. 4:57, 4:56, 4:54, 4:53 of the first round. Here we go. Both guys feeling each other out. Allen popping out that jab. Double jab by Arnold Allen. Here we go. Allen seems to be, head kick attempt by Evloev right there. And Allen's continuing on with his jab fest that he has going on here. He does have quite a good jab, doesn't he? Yeah, he's just hitting him with those jabs. Seems to be really flowing right well with that particular technique. Here we go. The impressive jab that Allen is displaying right now, one has to think of just how even more impressive Max Holloway is for him to out-jab him in the way that he did. Here we go. Goes to the body, Allen. Yeah, Allen does look really light on his feet, as credited by Dominic Cruz's commentary right now. Here comes a single leg attempt by Evloev. Wow. Allen stuffs it. 452, 251, 249, 247 of the first round. Yeah, Allen had real good takedown defense in that exchange right there. Now they're in the fence right now as Allen is wrist controlling him, trying to basically move out of the cage, out of his back of the cage, so that this way he can alleviate the pressure that he was putting on him. Now they're back in the center, squared up now, and Allen is back once again, jabbing away. Jab, jab. And a jab of Evloev's own. 210, 209, 208, 207, 206, 205 of the first round. Both guys squared up in the center of the octagon. Overhand right by Evloev. Misses. Sort of a block from Allen there. Head kick attempt by Evloev. So going into this fight, I obviously didn't talk about the other cards, only the main event, but I will say that I knew looking at this on paper, this was going to be a very 50-50 matchup. Why? Undefeated Evloev, 17-0. Here comes Arnold Allen, who's been a top prospect the whole entire time. But not only that, was coming off of a loss from Max Holloway. Nonetheless, made a great account of himself. It's one of those 5-round decisions where you make a great account of yourself against a legend. And here goes a little scramble between them right now. Now Evloev has Arnold Allen's back. Now a single leg attempt. takes down Arnold Allen, but he didn't take him down too long. Now Arnold Allen, he's got him on his back, drags him to the ground with a body lock. Now he's got him in a referee's position, pushed up against the fence. For all my wrestling guys, you know what a referee's position is. But for those that don't know, it's basically where you have a body lock right around them and you're basically on their side as you're trying to drag them down to the ground with the body lock. And here comes another body lock attempt by Evloev as Allen is trying to fight away, holding on to the fence. I would imagine, here we go, a trip right there. He went for a body lock and a trip, and then he gets him down, but then Allen pops up right back again in that same position. Now he takes him down with that body lock. I just see Evloev getting the better wrestling exchanges in his first round. First round down the books right now. Faraz Zahabi is telling him to keep his hands down. Watch him with one arm down, he said. He said, if you get to the underhook, it's going to be very hard for Evloev to take him down. See, very good and methodical advice from Faraz Zahabi there. Evloev's corner talking to him in Russian. Here we go. All right, now we are on to round number 2 of this pay-per-view opener. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for choosing this channel to come and react this video with me as I give you the most intellectual takes possible and also add some geopolitical news along the way that comes with that. So here we go, round number 2. 250, 247, 246 of the second round. Yeah, so Allen repeatedly was getting back up as he was being taken down, but it showed the strong wrestling prowess of Evloev. But again, that doesn't really dismiss the overall wrestling for the whole English MMA, right? I mean, you look at Leon Edwards, the guy takes people down at ease. So here we go. The way that Allen right now is throwing his jabs, he's also sort of going low in a way where he looks like he's ready to change levels. So obviously not something that would look crisp in the boxing sense, but in the MMA sense, this works because the way that he's loading down towards getting ready to change up his volume is to basically anticipate that this guy is going to try to shoot in on him. Head kick attempt by Evloev misses. Another head kick attempt by Allen as well. Now they're back in the center of the cage. 241, 240, 239 of the second round. Yeah, this is one of those classic striker versus grappler matchup, even though Arnold Allen is obviously a very well-rounded fighter. But you have to think that Arnold Allen's boxing is better out of the two. And you also have to come to the conclusion from the first round that Evloev's wrestling is the one that is better of the two. So that's the overall conclusion that we have right now as we are covering this live fight. Here we go. Single leg attempt by Evloev gets Arnold Allen down. Now he is, I believe, in the half guard position, trying to transition into the side control. But once again, back up once again in the body lock referee's position as Arnold's hitting him with elbows. Trips him down. Arnold backs up again. Now he's hitting with the elbows continuously. 220, 218, 217 of the second round currently right now. And here we go. Every time he transitions from the body lock, he goes back into the single leg. It's a real interesting choice by Evloev. I wonder why he doesn't go for the double leg instead of the single leg. I wonder if there's a methodical reason behind that because, hey, again, this is what the beauty of fighting in martial arts, right? Everybody has a different technique and how they go about things. But I got to tell you, this is one of the most interesting things about how variations are very diverse in this game. So, but I think Khabib would have also gone with the same choice as well. He always goes for the single leg first. George St. Pierre, he loves going for the double leg and usually uses it as a counter. Let's say you miss like a kick or a swinging haymaker of some sort. He'll use that as a way to capitalize and dip down low, change levels, and shoot a double leg on you. So here we go. 1 minute left of the second round between Evloev and Arnold Allen. Who is winning this particular fight right now? Well, I tell you what, you would be surprised how each judge would, one give it to Allen and then the other would give it to, let's say, Evloev, depending on what is better for you, the wrestling or the striking. And again, this is why I say, oh, he actually rocks Allen right there. Oh my goodness, with a hook to Allen. Allen is rocked right now with 30 seconds left of the second round. Knee to the body by Evloev. Now he goes after Allen. Straight shot from there. 16 seconds left. 15. Head kick attempt. Gets a jab on Allen. Allen is cut really bad from that shot right there. Connects with another. All right. Now that is the end of the second round. Wow. How about that? Well, I got to tell you what. You got to give that round to Evloev just based on that. Before that particular performance where he rocked him and cut him bad with that hook, man, I got to tell you, that would have been anybody's round. But now you had to give that to Evloev on that one. Round one, you could argue whether it was Allen or whether it was Evloev. Man, round two right here, this is Evloev all the way. And one can even argue that Evloev won the first round as well, just based on the takedowns. Faraz Zahabi is instructing Arnold Allen to put him in a phone booth right now. Wow. Yeah, it was a jab and then a hook that really put it on Evloev on that one. All right, here we go. All right. Round three, third and final round. Ooh. 240, 443, 442, 440 of the third round right now as we are reacting to this. Low kick by Evloev right there. Oh, wow, a combination by Allen. It landed, but it seemed unfazed for Evloev. Yeah, I got to tell you, a lot of these Dagestani guys, they got some chins on them too. Uppercut attempt by Evloev. So we got 4 minutes left of the third round. Leg kick, inside leg kick by Evloev right there. Yeah, look, I got to tell you, this right now is a do or die for Allen. Again, I said the first round you could have easily gave it to either guy. The second round, definitely for Evloev. However, with the third round right here, Arnold Allen seems to be fading away just from those shots in the earlier round. Here we go. Double single leg attempt now by Evloev. A knee on, oh, what is this? Arnold Allen was stopped by the referee. I believe there was an illegal knee here. I believe there's some controversy going on right now. The action has been stopped. And Marc-Andre is debating whether that was, well, he stopped the action, so obviously he deemed it illegal. So he's getting kneed on the head as he has one hand down, and then there's one hand up or no hands up as he's getting kneed. So maybe there's a couple that was legal and then some that were illegal, but then it was enough for Marc-Andre to stop the action. So here we are. I believe a doctor is going to come in and check on Evloev. He's cut pretty badly from that knee. The physician is now in the cage. Okay, so the referee just looked at it one time. He said, no, that's fine. He could fight just like that. Marc-Andre's giving him a hard warning right now. So this is a warning from Marc-Andre. He says, I'm not deducting a point. All right. Here we go. Now we are at 3:05, 3:04 of the third round. And these last final 30 minutes are what's going to be decided. I got to tell you, this is quite exciting right here. You don't know where these 3 minutes are going to be, and those last 3 to 2 minutes of this fight is going to determine the entire contest. Single leg attempt by Evloev again. Arnold breaks away. And now they're back up, squared up in the center of the cage with 2:30 left. Another single leg attempt by Evloev, stuffed by Allen. 2:25, 2:23, 2:22 of the third round. Double jab. Man, yeah, he is overwhelming for Arnold Allen right now. Again, the new guys that are coming up in the 145 division in the current moment of time right now, this is Evloev right here. Arnold Allen has had his run. He's had his time. He was able to get in there and fight on arguably what some people would consider the lineal 145 champion, made a great account of himself. But Evloev right now is the new evolution of the 145 division. And I think that a lot of it is just really based on his wrestling-centric style and being able to just be well-rounded enough to mix it up with strikes, but then also really become a threat. Oh, what is this? That is a tight choke by Arnold Allen right now, but wow, okay, and then he escapes it. Now he has the back of Arnold Allen. Yeah, it was a gator roll that he was going for there, Arnold Allen. Now getting dragged to the ground by Evloev with 50 seconds left of this entire contest. I think that with the last 40 seconds of this fight, you got to give it to Evloev. He absolutely just showed his much more well-rounded skills, but also his wrestling-heavy style that had won the entire fight as well right here. And now he's continued to body lock Arnold Allen while he's grinding him up against the cage. And Arnold Allen is trying to break hands away with some wrist control attempts while he's throwing back elbows as he's being body locked with 15 seconds left. 10 seconds left. That is the end of it right here. This is going to Evloev right here. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are ending the fight right now with 1 second left. There it is. the final bell of the third round. So who won that? Man, Evloev. Like I said, the first round, it could have been anybody. Once again, Arnold Allen showed he had great boxing, was able to jab him. And not only that, after the second round, he rocked Arnold Allen. And here comes the third round. He was able to do this, just basically out-wrestle him the entire fight. This is Evloev's fight to win, guys. There it is. All right, and as we await the decision. All right, so we are now awaiting the decision between these two. After 3 rounds, we go to a decision. All 3 judges, 29-28. Movsar Evloev wins this one. Yeah, like I said, he had the better wrestling. He had the better takedowns. He was much more dominant in most of the exchanges, and he was able to rock Arnold Allen, which really let's take a look at the stats on this one right here. Four out of 11 takedowns, 52% strikes on Evloev, only 37 for Arnold. There was no knockdown. I would have sworn that was a knockdown that he got on him. I guess not, but so Evloev is saying that he wants to see who's going to win between Alex and Topuria, and he wants to take on the winner of that one. So that should be interesting right there. Yeah, he said 18-0 is not a joke. He's right. Look at that. So you may potentially have 2 undefeated guys fight for a title if Ilia Topuria wins, and then he gets up there. You have an undefeated versus undefeated fight. That's always good for the UFC. He said he wanted to make his neighbors and siblings happy for his victory. I think he definitely did. That was no easy task to do that to Arnold Allen, but once again, it shows you the levels that a lot of these guys are at. So here we go. Next matchup that we have for the night. And of course, they're showing the Nelk boys right now. And then they got Bo Bichette. Okay, Bo Bichette. He's a Toronto Blue Jays. And then Alexander Pantoja. All right. So next matchup is the best friend of Sean Strickland, which is Chris Curtis, taking on Marc-Andre Barriault. And then after that is Mike Malott taking on Neil Magny, a guy who is probably extraordinarily devastated right now because of what Ian Gary has done to his life way beyond fighting. but that's neither here or there. You guys know what I'm talking about. Anyways, we got great fights to concentrate on tonight, so no need to delve into that negativity, but we'll do that anyway. So let's just be honest about this, right? Ian Gary absolutely ruined the life of Neil Magny. I'm going to be just straight up and honest with you on that one. Why? Well, for one, he went beyond fighting. Okay, you don't even know what this guy does to his kids. You're using one thing that's a low hanging fruit, but at the same time, it also tells you a lot about our social service system in the United States for them to believe some foreign Irish fighter that is trying to create banter and pay per view points with his opponent. But either way, that's what we have next right now is yes. Oh, Dominic Reyes was supposed to be in this fight with Carlos Ulberg. So you guys remember I have this poster up right here. I just looked at it and I just realized, yeah, Dominic Reyes was supposed to be in this card. I wonder what happened. But either way. So Frankie Edgar has a little video package right now. I believe this has something to do with his fight with Gray Maynard. Maybe perhaps this made the Hall of Fame. So real interesting. Let's see. Yeah, so we're just basically waiting on the next fight right now as we're watching this video of Frankie Edgar. All right, we'll let this video play out and we'll react to it afterwards. Oh, before I was going to go on this little break, I just wanted to basically say this about Frankie Edgar since we're basically just waiting on the next fight and they have Frankie Edgar on right now. This is what I wanted to say about Frankie Edgar, right? Look, what's really fascinating about this guy was he didn't cut a lot of weight. He could have been a 135er in his time, but obviously they didn't have a big 135 division in the UFC at the time, nor did they even have anything close to that, right? So he had to fight at 155 to be at the UFC. He used his skills over the guys that are way bigger than him. So I thought that's really important to sort of bring out, right? This is what Frankie Edgar essentially has hugely contributed to the world of mixed martial arts, is showing people that you can beat the bigger guys with sheer skill. So I just wanted to say that as you guys are watching this video package live right now of Frankie Edgar as we are waiting for the next matchup. All right. So congratulations to Frankie Edgar for making it to the modern wing of the Hall of Fame in the UFC. There are people out there that say that maybe they should have an independent Hall of Fame, maybe to sort of avoid certain biasnesses that the UFC has over other guys, like maybe somebody like a Frank Shamrock, for example, a guy who's a pioneer of the sport. How come he's not a Hall of Famer, right? Well, there's probably multiple reasons for that. Some of those are political reasons based on his interactions with Dana White. But again, that's the reason why a lot of people are calling for a sort of separate entity of some sort. But who knows? We'll see. But yeah, shout outs to Frankie Edgar. He was one of the pioneers of the sport, a guy who really knew how to well round up his game. And here we are. Yeah, they're saying right now, DC, Dominic Cruz and John Anik, that he was basically in the top 5 of every weight class that he was in. So it's not easy to do that. He was a 135er, 145er, and a 155er, a champion multiple times in that weight class. And here we are. Yeah, how about Sean Strickland going at Joe Rogan for Joe Rogan calling him a psychopath? I mean, you got to think about it, right? What do you expect? You behave like one, you act like one, you call a spade, people are just going to call you directly what it is. I mean, I don't know what's really hard to understand about that, but nonetheless, here we go. Chris Curtis. I think seeing how Chris Curtis is going to perform tonight would really be a testament to the preparation of Sean Strickland. So, again, if Chris Curtis looks great tonight, you can expect great things from Sean Strickland. That's usually how it goes. Some examples of that: remember when Conor McGregor fought Nate Diaz the second time around at UFC 202, August 2016? You guys remember who was also in that card? Chris Avila, also taking on Artem Lobov. So they had two teammates that had trained with each other, and it was very indicative of what each of them were going to do. In the opening of the card with Chris Avila taking on Artem Lobov, you know what he did? He went for a low kick the whole entire fight. And then I said to myself, watch this. Later on tonight in the main event with Conor and Nate, he's going to do the same thing to him. Lo and behold, it's exactly what happened. So look out for some things of what Chris Curtis is going to do here tonight and see how that fits into what Sean Strickland may do later on. Yeah, that's real disappointing, really, thinking about it, right? With Dominic Reyes and Carlos Ulberg not being in the card. I would have, yeah, I would have really expected some fireworks in that one, and also a big coming out party for Carlos Ulberg. But what are you going to do? So we're going to react to the entrance of both these guys right now. We'll be back as we react to this entrance. All right, round one. Here we go. 438, 437, 435. So a few interesting facts that we had learned about Marc Barriault here is that he started off his UFC career with 3 losses in a row within his debut. And then here he is now fighting in some of the top positions in the top 15 now, obviously, because Chris Curtis is number 14. So it really shows you what perseverance can do for you. Here he is now fighting in a main card against Sean Strickland's buddy, Chris Curtis, with 4 minutes left of the first round. Not a lot of action between these two guys as of yet, obviously, for a multitude of reasons. For one, it's just how they fight. It's just how their style is. There's a lot on the line. And on top of that, I think that this is what you're going to expect out of Sean Strickland tonight. Because remember what I said earlier in the night. What did I say before I went on break earlier? I said that look out for what Chris Curtis is going to do in this fight to give you some indication of what Sean Strickland is going to do. And I cited an example of the Artem Lobov-Chris Avila fight, which was taking place in the same night of Conor McGregor versus Nate Diaz in August of 2016 in their rematch. So what did he do? He started leg kicking him in the beginning of the fight. I'm talking about Chris Avila and Artem Lobov, and Conor McGregor did the same thing to Nate Diaz that night. So what I'm saying is that if you're seeing Chris Curtis attentive the way that he is right now, don't be surprised if Sean Strickland fights the same way tonight. And again, you never know, right? That's sort of the beauty of Sean Strickland. You just don't know what kind of Sean Strickland you're going to get in terms of technicality and also in terms of his personality as well. So here we go. Body kick by Marc. Hook by Marc right there. Yeah, Barriault's just leading with some kicks right here. Yeah, not a lot going on in this first round right here. A lot of people always cite and say something to the effect of, well, you know what, this is boring or this and that. I think that a lot of people that say that, they don't really know fighting or understand fighting to its fullest degree. Also, they don't understand that most of fighting is literally what most of what these guys do in the gym every day, which is this: slow, steady, methodical, not really going crazy with winging shots. What is Chris Curtis doing here? He turned his back around on him. And I think that he realized that, yes, Marc is not trying to engage. And then he's putting his hands down, Nate Diaz style, basically trying to lure him into an engagement. And then meanwhile, here comes Marc. He's just circling around while, yeah, man, it's quite a, again, it's quite an interesting exchange, but it's all gamesmanship and showmanship by the end of the day. This is what they're trying to do, is lure each other in. So make no mistake about that. Uppercut. Yeah, another fight that they were supposed to have on here, if you guys don't remember, was, who was this? Jan Blachowicz and Alexander Rakic. That's another fight that was supposed to be here that, well, sort of got moved up to another card. But Neil Magny and Mike Malott is still good too. Raquel Pennington and Mayra Bueno Silva, that's a matchup that you need because you need to crown a 135-pound champion. So, by the way, guys, if you're watching this, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend, but also tell a friend to like and subscribe and share to all their friends, so that everyone can know this page, the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. And I got to tell you, why am I going to make those bold claims that it is the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind? I'll tell you why. Because I know, just like most mixed martial arts fans, maybe it's not just your only interest. You have other interests as well. Geopolitics, maybe it would be hip hop, the streets, gang life, or whatever it is that you're fascinated by. I'm fascinated by those things also. So let's come and explore them together and look at the world from an objective lens and not just from our own subjective opinions within our own bubble. That's what I can offer if you like and subscribe. So here we are, second round of this coverage between Marc-Andre Barriault taking on Chris Curtis, their training partner and buddy of Sean Strickland. All right, had to get my charger for my laptop there just so I can have this going. So here we are, 442, 441 of the second round. Still just about the same. Mark's been throwing some shots. He was trying his best, just wasn't really connecting. And at the same time, when they start missing, then they start becoming a lot more attentive in their choice to wanting to engage. But again, i.e., technical fight. What you're seeing right now is literally what you see in most regional shows, even amateur shows around the world, where guys are just trying to make it. They're just trying to get their foot in the door. They're trying to feel things out. Or this is just the medium of what you literally see in the gym every day being played out in front of you live as you are watching something that you thought was going to be a lot more exciting than what it is. Again, this is why I say you have to watch your training partners fight to see how the main event guy is going to fight. And Sean Strickland tonight, I got to tell you, he's not going to fight in a very exciting way that fans are expecting. Okay, he's now the champion. He has a lot more to lose. He's going to fight very technical. And also on top of that, he already squashed the beef with Drickus. So that kind of tells you the mindset where he's at and how he's going to approach this fight. Every time somebody says something to the effect of, well, I just want to fight in a very friendly way, or I just want to fight because it's a sport or this and that, 9 times out of 10, they're going to give you a code that says, I'm going to fight very careful. I'm not going to go to a finish. Always remember that. So here we go. 154, 153, 152, 37 significant strikes for Chris Curtis, 41 for Andrade, which is interesting. Where do you get numbers like that? There we go. Marc-Andre goes for a body kick right there. Go with just almost a minute left of this fight. 110, 109, 108. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be in for a long night here. We may probably end up watching Sean Strickland fight at 10 o'clock or something like that. If, let's say, the two fights after this become very lackluster, because you got to remember there's still a 5-round fight after this, after the Mike Malott fight. Now that's going to be, I got to be honest with you, that's going to go to a decision. Mike Malott is going to go to a decision. Mayra Bueno Silva versus Raquel Pennington would also go to a decision. And Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis might also go to a decision. Be prepared for that. I'm just saying that's how I see it. I could be wrong. I don't see how I am, though. But we'll see. All right. There's the end of that round. All right. So third round, still all the same. Now, here's an interesting question, right? If you're a judge, how are you going to score this? Nobody's really tried to take anyone down. I would imagine Sean Strickland would probably try to do the same thing. Yeah, Dominic Cruz said it best. He said, it's sort of hard to tell who's winning, and he's right. Yeah, this is a very close fight, which means that in the last 3 minutes of this fight, they really have to go and turn it up. They really have to show who's boss here in order for them to gain a certain level of supremacy or a certain favor from the judges. Three minutes left of this fight right here. Yeah, 244, 243, 239. You know, yeah, they're just throwing out. I'm very surprised nobody has gone for a takedown in this fight. There's a knee by Marc-Andre right there, and an elbow from Chris Curtis as they're exchanging in those close pockets range right there. A knee from Marc-Andre. 210, 209, 207, 206. Yeah, 2 minutes left of this fight. Don't be surprised if this ends up being a draw. What do you guys think? Write on the comment section below. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let me know if you guys think that this fight is going to be a draw with literally 1 minute and 40 seconds left of this fight. $125, $123, $122. Right hand by Curtis right there. Double jab by Chris Curtis right there. Oh, uppercut by Marc-Andre. I believe that one was blocked. Now we got 43 seconds left of the third and final round of this fight. To be quite honest with you, I'm quite glad that this fight is about to be over. I mean, it's not really the most exciting, but good on them. They came out here and put on a great performance for their own standards. So 20 seconds left. Now they're throwing Mexican style in the pocket right now with elbows. Just hooks, throwing hooks at each other. 10 seconds left. And that is the end of the third round. All right, and we will await the decision between Chris Curtis and Marc-Andre Barriault, as they say. See right here with a nice right hand by Marc-Andre here in the highlights, showing him with a body kick. Left straight by Chris Curtis. Some hooks right there. Uppercuts by Chris Curtis. A lead uppercut by Chris Curtis. A little elbows there in the clinches. Phone booth, Mexican style fighting. Real nice, strong finish. All right, and we await the decision right now. All right, here we go. Up next is Canada's own and Sacramento and Team Alpha Male's own Mike Malott taking on Neil Magny. A little jump up the competition. Obviously, Ian Garry was able to jump up in competition with beating Neil Magny, but also ruining his life in the process. But nonetheless, here's Mike Malott with an opportunity to improve his life with a big win over Neil Magny tonight. So now we await the decision for Chris Curtis and Marc Barriault. 30-27. Curtis. 29-28. Barriault. 30-27. By split decision. Chris Curtis. Chris Curtis wins by a decision. Now let's react to his post-fight speech, if they even have enough time. Okay, they do. They're going to give him a post-fight speech. Let's react to this. He said it would either go one or two ways. He said that he's getting better and better. Yeah, with that straight hand by Chris Curtis right there. Yeah, they're showing the replay at the end of the fight right now. Chris Curtis said that Canada's bloodthirsty. They loved every action that they were putting on. Yeah, that was his 8th UFC appearance right there. All right. So now they're showing some videos of UFC Anaheim, California for UFC 298, which is right out here in California. So that should be interesting. Volkanovski defends against Ilia Topuria. That's going to be a good match. I happen to think that Ilia Topuria is time right now, and I think that he's going to take this one. But yeah, let's react to this promo that they're showing for UFC 298 right now. So a lot of people don't know that Henry Cejudo is in that card, which again makes it really interesting. He came back, fought Aljo, didn't really go his way, but now he's coming back in full gear competition. That's really going to be fascinating to see. So Henry Cejudo back in the game, I think, is really important, simply because a lot of people have sort of argued that he wasted a lot of his prime years when he took a break. But some can also argue that he took a good amount of break that basically allowed him to heal up, allowed him to give himself an optimal state of arousal to performance, which again translates to better performance later on in his UFC career, in the latter stages of his UFC career now. So who do we have in that card? Robert Whittaker against Paulo Costa is in that card. Jeff Neal, Ian Gary, Merab Dashvili taking on Henry Cejudo. Anthony Hernandez taking on Ikram Ali Askarov, famous for getting knocked out by Khamzat in the regional scenes of Brave FC. So that's what we have going on in the Ilia Topuria Alexander Volkanovski headline for UFC 298 next month in February of Anaheim, California. So speaking of Anaheim, California, I did the coverage for UFC 290 at a hotel in Southern California, in specifically Anaheim, California, which is where the fight is going to take place. Check that out on the video section of my channel when the time permits, obviously. But right now we are concentrating on this fight card that is shaping up to be everything and anything else that no one would have expected, meaning that the great submissions and the finishes that you had earlier the night, they were great. Chris Curtis is sort of setting the template for Sean Strickland tonight. Don't be surprised if they go through a 5-round decision. Let's see. Or Mike Malott may get a finish here tonight and just really show what type of level he's at. We'll see. We'll react to the entrance right now. We're going to see how Neil Magny has bounced back from his loss from Ian Gary. I mean, he's always going to be one of the top guys in the world, right? Mike Malott is right now sort of trying to challenge that notion. Well, what do I mean by that, right? If Neil Magny loses tonight, this could become a string of just continuous gatekeeping missions that he has for upcoming prospects. So just think about that in the near future. So Neil Magny has the most decisions in the history of the UFC. That's really interesting, come to think of it. But this is Mike Malott's chance to prove why he is a finisher. Now, if he can finish this guy, who, by the way, is a gatekeeper, okay, once again, that could set him up for possible matchups with Ian Gary in the future. Can you imagine a rivalry with Malott versus Ian Gary? Right? That's a possibility that could happen tonight if Mike Malott gives a great account of himself. All right, now we're going to react to the entrance right now as Mike Malott is walking out to the cage. Is that some 41 that he's walking out to? Yeah. Okay. A Canadian band, of course. And after this fight is the co-main event, obviously, with Raquel Pennington and Mayra Bueno Silva, and then Sean Strickland by the end of the night. So usually at this point of some pay-per-views, we would already be in the co-main event, if not the main event itself, like right around 8 o'clock West Coast time. But I don't know. I mean, it's a different pacing in this particular card. I don't know if anyone notices that. Let me know what you guys think on the comment section below. Yeah, Mike Malott is definitely going to control the pace of this fight, right? He seems like the guy that is a lot more susceptible to starting fast as opposed to Neil Magny, where he's sort of like starting slow. So we'll see. But expect Mike Malott to start fast in this one, and it could be detrimental for him with Neil Magny to just easily counter him with anything. Wow, is that true? There's no Canadian that had won tonight. So that means it's up for Mike to change all that right now. Here comes Neil Magny coming out. And speaking of gatekeeper, as I had mentioned earlier, yeah, they were saying that it's sort of a negative connotation in a way. So he won 7 in a row from 2014 to 2015. That's crazy. The former Army vet, Neil Magny, steps up to the octagon. I believe is this Drake that he's walking out to? Let me know what you guys hear in the arenas, what he's walking out to. It sounds like a Drake song. Now, how appropriate. Obviously, you're in Toronto, Canada, in his hometown. Speaking of Drake, how about this bet that he has for Sean Strickland? I believe he bet $70,000 on him. I don't know. I'm not a gambling man. I don't know much about that, but yeah. All right, here we go. We are about to announce 36 years old, 6'3", 171 pounds, 80-inch reach for Neil Magny. 32 years old, Mike Malott, 6'1", 170 pounds, 73-inch reach for the welterweight division of the UFC. The first top 15 fight for Mr. Mike Malott here. Fighting out of the blue corner. 10 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. Proper Mike Malott. It's quite a very appropriate nickname for him, right? He does seem like the type of guy that does everything proper. So 28 wins, 12 losses, 6'3", Denver, Colorado. The ranked number 13, Neil Magny, taking on the unranked Mike Malott. And here we go. Round 1 is about to commence in a matter of seconds. Seconds out. See you guys at the end of the round. Here we go. Round 1. Here we go. All right, round 1. Here we go. Round 1, 256, 255, 254. Mike Malott taking on the ranked number 13, Neil Magny. So far, just a few front kicks from 2 men. Low kick attempt by Malott, misses. Push kick by Mike Malott. We go squared up in the center of the octagon. 420, 419, 418, first round. Jab parries by Mike Malott. Jab low kick, another jab low kick by Mike Malott, misses that time. Leg kick by Mike Malott. Superman attempt, high kick. Yeah, Malott really knows how to go in there and blitzkrieg you with punches, right? That's something that I think is really different from MMA than in boxing when it comes to punching, where you can sort of like just lunge in, right, with Superman punches, or the way that Dricus du Plessis does, which, by the way, would be really interesting to see. If you are curious to see what type of what type of explosive shots Dricus Plessis is going to throw tonight. Watch what Mike Malott is doing right now with the blitz and the darts movement that he does, where he tries to come in and hits you with straight shots just by basically blitzing you. Here we go, 3-minute mark of the third round. Oh, wow. The crowd is saying F you, Magny. 233, 232, 231 of the first round. High kick attempt by Mike Malott misses. Go now. They're wrestling up against the fence right now with about 2 minutes left of the first round. Yeah, so apparently he's no longer with Team Alpha Male. He just decided to go and stay training in Canada right now. There goes a blitzing move by Neil Magny. Looks like he threw quite a few slaps there as well. There we go. Leg kick connects right there with a calf kick by Mike Malott. Another leg kick landed. Front kick by Neil Magny. 10 leg kicks connected by Mike Malott, 1 by Neil Magny right now. His corner's asking him to wrestle, but a little easier said than done when someone's kicking you, right? But at the same time, while they're throwing a kick, you can sort of catch a few single legs there. That is, if you pay attention to it. But he just seems to either take those leg kicks or just decides to back away like that one. He just took that one right there. 40 seconds left in the first round. Yeah, so Neil definitely needs to wrestle in the next coming rounds, if not the next 30 seconds of this fight right now. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering this underrated pay-per-view card of the first year of 2024. 10 seconds left. Oh, there we go. He's sort of favoring that leg. That really messed him up right there. So first round, yeah, easily the first round goes to Mike Malott. And by the way, I think that if Mike Malott continues this pace, he's really going to rehabilitate him, Conor McGregor, Dustin Poirier style. So the corner is instructing Mike, when you hit those low kicks, you hit him with some straight shots as well. So basically some crosses and some jabs and some 1-2s along the way. Neil Magny's corner is telling Mike Malott that he doesn't want to be there. I don't know what indicates that, but they're also asking him to wrestle. And, well, I tell you what, there's a lot of guys in the old school days that really looked down upon kicking only because they thought that it made you susceptible to getting taken down. But I tell you what, you throw some kicks in there, there's some openings. And the way that Neil Magny is favoring his leg right now, he may need it. So here we go. Second round. Now, Neil Magny is the one on the offense with that low kick this time. 449, 447, 445, 443 of the second round. 1-2 by Mike Malott, as instructed by his corner. Throw the low kicks and then go with the 1-2 up top. Straight shots, exactly what he did. Front kick by Mike Malott right there. Front kick by Neil Magny. Body kick by Mike Malott right there. Good body kick. Now he's circling around him. Low kick by Mike Malott. He moves in, scrambles, gets a takedown on Neil Magny. Now he's on a half guard position on top of Neil Magny, trying to advance, looking like he's trying to advance for a full mount. Is that what he's going for? Or side control, perhaps? Here we go, leg kicks. All right, there we go. Now they're back up again with 3 minutes left of the second round. Yeah, Malott just moving around on him right now. Low kick right there. Straight shot missed. Back in a clinch position. Neil Magny attempts a trip from the body lock, but Mike gets the body lock, gets the wrestling, and a takedown from Mike Malott. He says, show the fight. Nah, you'll get your channel taken down. But you can like and subscribe. I'll give you the full breakdown of what's going on at the current moment in time. Right now, it is 2:17 of the second round, and Mike Malott is in top position on Neil Magny after he just took him down. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for your comments and your engagement. Jay. John. John is, he likes to be called. Shout outs to John. Here we go. Now, Mike Malott in a half guard position. Looks like he was transitioning there, but now he's back up in a up and down position. Now back in his guard. Oh, now he's into full mount position. Full mount position by Mike Malott with 1:15 left in the second round. And after this is the co-main event that almost no one really cares about. Now you got to imagine, right? Let's say you're that fighter, a fight that nobody cares about. It's kind of disheartening to hear, right? I'll talk more about it once this round is over. Now we got 45 seconds left. Mike Malott pushing the head down in the mount position, elbowing Neil Magny from the top. Now fully mounted again. Now I think he's going to take Neil Magny's back right here as he's pounding away with 15 seconds left. Still in the mount position. Malott's pounding away. All right, so this is what I wanted to say, right? So imagine, right? You're that fighter that nobody really wants to see fight, especially in a big card like this where Sean Strickland is the headline. You know how disheartening that is? But at the same time, the real fighters, I got to tell you, they don't care. They know that this is their opportunity tonight to win a championship, And somewhere down the line, if they can make a great account of, let's say, their brand as a result of winning the championship, then so be it. If not, they're fighters by the end of the day, and their one entire goal is not so much of money and fame, but rather the championships. Although it's always nice to have that extra money, obviously, but nonetheless. So now we're going to go into the third and final round of the Mike Malott and the Neil Magny fight. The last 5 minutes of this fight. Here we go. All right, third and final round. Let's go. Mike Malott opens with a leg kick now with a takedown attempt on his part. Oh, another takedown by Mike Malott. Now back on the mount position again. Now he's jumping on a guillotine. Yeah, Mike Malott is relentless when it comes to trying to finish. Here we go. Now they're clinching up against the fence. Yeah, Malott's never won a pro fight by decision, according to the commentaries. This may be one of them tonight. If there's anybody that could last with Mike Malott, it's Neil Magny. Oh, single leg attempt by Mike Malott. He gets it. Now he's in a full guard position of Neil Magny right now. Looks like Mike Malott is just going to work the entire fight right here. With almost 3 minutes left of the third and final round, still in the full guard position. Yeah, so at this point, you got to ask yourself, right, with just 2 minutes and possibly 30 seconds left of this fight left, what is next for Mike Malott? Ian Gary? Great storyline, maybe, but maybe one person will trash talk more to one guy than the other. Maybe the other guy is not going to be very reciprocal of it in ways that, well, Mike Malott doesn't strike me as a trash talker, does he? So again, still a very compelling matchup with Ian Gary on the technical level. Certainly, he gets a ranking position after this. You have to give Mike Malott a ranking position. Look, so here's the thing. I think it's great that Mike Malott is no longer training with Team Alpha Male because, to be honest with you, if you're not 155 and below, it's just not the camp for you, right? I think Mike Malott, okay, Magny now took him down instead with 140 left of the final round here. Well, what is this? Neil Magny's ground pounding Mike Malott. Now Mike Malott has a leg lock attempt on Neil Magny. Yeah, he really is trying to go for the finish in this fight. He really does not want to go to a decision and wants to continue on that reputation that he has. 1 minute left of the third and final round. What is this? Neil Magny has him in okay, almost a mount position, but he's got, oh wow, now he's pounding on Mike Malott. So now it's him that's trying to finish Mike Malott. Ground and pounding him, got his back. The referee is looking on. He could, no Canadian is going to win. Oh my goodness. He's the only Canadian that could win tonight. This could be it. What's going on? 20 seconds left. Look at the referee. He looks like he's about to step in. Wow, Neil Magny finishes him. What an upset. What an upset. What an absolute upset by Neil Magny. I am so glad that I had covered this because a lot of people would have had Mike Malott winning this. And here we are. We're now reacting to Neil Magny getting a finish. And by the way, what a great retribution on his part, obviously, to go through what he went through with Ian Garry and now for him to come out on top in the way that he just did right now. Wow, amazing. That was just absolutely amazing by Neil Magny. Neil Magny, good job. You really, I was saying earlier about Marc-Andre, right? He came into the UFC 3 losses in a row after his debut. They gave him a chance. Now here he is, a world beater, right? Neil Magny was getting beat by this whole entire fight, got mounted by Mike Malott. But guess what? He knew that Mike Malott was not a decision type of guy, right? He doesn't go the full distance in any kind of capacity. He knew that there was some susceptibilities there if he would have just kept the fight grinding and, well, made it a lot harder for Mike Malott to breathe in there and constantly put the pressure. And here we are. Great job for Neil Magny. We're going to react to the decision or the announcement of that right now. We're going to listen to the mic interviews, and then we're going to react after that. Great job, Neil Magny. Very good. 4 minutes and 45 seconds left of round number 3. He literally had 15 seconds left to just survive and win. And here comes Neil Magny coming out on top. Great job on Neil Magny. Let's react to the post-fight interview right here. All right. So just had to take a little break there after the post-fight speech of Neil Magny. So one thing to take away from the Neil Magny situation, right? They said that it is often that he is underestimated by the younger guys. Now, what does that mean? Well, here's something that you have to understand about Neil Magny and most veterans, right? They have such a high experience that when they have to grit down on their teeth with situations like that against Mike Malott, they're going to come out on top, and their experience is going to play them very well, right? There's a reason why Neil Magny has been a staple of the top 10, top 15 rankings for a very long time. And he showed that tonight. Sometimes experience is really what outgrinds or what helps you grind your way to a gritty performance like that. So here we are now. We're going to react to the walk-in of Mayra Bueno Silva. She is walking into the cage right now, potentially winning her first undisputed championship at 135, vacated by Amanda Nunes. And then here comes Raquel Pennington, a person who has tried multiple times in her career, and here we are. So Bueno Silva seems to be the betting favorite tonight. Maybe she's the next star of this division, but we'll see. Because again, this is one of those very slept on cards. I hope there's a finish in this card because in this particular fight, because let's just be honest, right? We want to see Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis straight away. So we'll see and we'll find out. Here we are. Bueno Silva is now making her way into the octagon. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel as I give you guys some of the most epic mixed martial arts, combat, sports news, analysis, psychoanalysis, sociological facts of certain fighters from different regions of the world. And not only that, fight psychology, combat psychology, all rolled into one. We will see. So now Silva is walking into the cage, and we are just awaiting the arrival of Raquel Pennington. We are finally here in the co-main event of this crazy fight week that we thought would never end. Four-fight unbeaten streak so far for Mayra Bueno Silva. We'll see how that adds up going into this fight with Raquel Pennington. Only her third training camp in Coconut, Florida. Which, yeah, it's only her third camp in the America Top Team. So here we go. We are about to await the announcement of these two right now. Ring announcement by Bruce Buffer. If you guys are checking this out right now, don't forget to like and subscribe so that I can continue to drop some of the most epic mixed martial arts coverage in the history of mankind for y'all. Here comes Raquel Pennington now walking into the cage in the Scotia Arena of Toronto, Canada. Home of the Toronto Raptors, home of Drake, home of Vince Carter, but tonight, home of UFC 297 and home of the next crowned 135 undisputed champion after Amanda Nunes had vacated it after such an illustrious career. Raquel Pennington seems to have headphones on, like the way I have headphones on right now, but she's got her music playing in the arena. So I'm wondering if she's listening to something different. Sometimes you get that. Some guys walk out to different music that they had originally intended. And that's why some guys will walk out of there with ear pods or their own headphones because they don't like the music that the promoter picked. By the way, Dana White picks a lot of the entrance songs that go on these fights. So yeah, Raquel Pennington said that prior to this contendership run that she has going on, that she used to just really overtrain. And by the way, this is really a serious problem with a lot of fighters nowadays, right? If you really think about it, it's overtraining. Sometimes not doing is doing the most. And that's really the best way to put it. There's Raquel Pennington now being hugged out by the rest of her corner as she is about to enter the cage. What do you guys think? You see a finish go on in this particular fight? I would hope so, because I'm sure, like you guys, you're just here waiting for the main event of the night, which is Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis. Goes doing a little prayer or meditation before she walks in the octagon. All right. Raquel Pennington has now entered the cage. Both women are inside the cage, and they will both be announced in a matter of seconds for the co-main event of the evening. "35 years old, 5'7", 135 pounds, 67.5 reach for Raquel. 32, 5.6, 135, 66.5 reach for Bueno Silva. Here we go. The co-main event of the evening. Jared Varel is the referee for this fight. And now, 5 rounds for the undisputed Bantamweight Championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. 10 wins, 2 losses, 1 no contest, 1 draw. Fighting out of Uberlândia, Brazil. Silva. Bruce Buffer really knows how to hype up a fighter. Fighting out of the red corner. 15 wins, 9 losses. 5 feet, 7 inches tall. Weighing in at 135 pounds. Fighting out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, USA. Raquel Rocky Pennington. All right, action is about to commence in a matter of seconds. Round one. They are facing off in the middle of the cage. You know, the little ceremonial face-off they have going on. All right, round one is about to commence. Here we go. Round one. Round one, here we go. 457, 456, 453, 452. Body kick by Raquel Pennington. Single leg attempt by Raquel Pennington. Here we go. Still up in the clinch positions. Now under 4 minutes left. Break away from the clinch. 347, 346, 345, 344. Yeah, Pennington's already wearing some damage on her leg right now. Here we go, another single leg attempt. Here we go, and here's a little elbow by Silva right here as she is trying to break away from that single leg while balancing on one leg. Needed a body. Elbow. Oh, another elbow from the tie clinch right there. Takedown by Bueno Silva right now. Now she's got her on the ground. What is Bueno Silva going to do here? Looks like she's taken Raquel Pennington's back right here with 2:25 left of the first round. Oh, she's going for a finish right here. Oh, she's going to get the choke right here. She's got a body lock, but she needs to have two hands wrapped around her neck. Meanwhile, Raquel Pennington has a 2-on-1 position on her arm at the current moment of time. As long as Raquel Pennington stays off that 2-and-1 position to where she has two of her arms wrapped around her one arm, she's not going to be able to get that rear naked choke from that position. But she has to carry all her weight as she is basically backpacking her right now. And Bueno Silva looks like she's trying to lock her legs in for a figure four to really hook in that body lock. Now just a body lock and her leg wrapped around Raquel Pennington up against the cage right now. She's going for a trip right here. Oh, she gets Raquel Pennington down. Now she's got 2 hooks in. It's really dragged her on that one. Got her in a back position to where now she can look for a rear naked choke. Yeah, Dominic Cruz is right on the commentary right now. They are definitely fighting a very good pace for a 5-round fight. It's not very erratic. It's not very spontaneous. It's very methodical in every step that they do. All right, so that ends round 1 right there. I think that one goes to Bueno Silva. Let us react to the corners. Yeah, real interesting perspectives on the 2 corners right now. Yeah, Bueno Silva's corner said that she won that one, rightfully so. She absolutely won that with her grappling. Of course, Raquel Pennington did what she's supposed to do early on, which is what? Stay aggressive and try to get in there, try to shoot for some single legs. Wasn't really able to do that. And then Silva was able to take her down and control her and almost submitted her a few times here with some few submission attempts. So here we are, 450, 449 of the second round. Another low kick by Bueno Silva back into the clinch position. Front kick by Bueno Silva. Overhand right attempt by Raquel Pennington. Yeah, that's a good point by Dominic Cruz. He said that he doesn't have the footwork to stop the clinch exchanges there, which, by the way, a lot of people underestimate how much footwork is needed in wrestling exchanges as well. So here's Bueno Silva just grinding her up against the cage right now, wrestling her in that position. Yeah, these ladies are just in a clinch position at this moment of time right now. Raquel Pennington breaks away. Now they're squared up, but now they go back in a clinch position. Elbow by Bueno Silva. Now they're back exchanging 1-2s at each other, clinching back up again. Yeah, it is as if Bueno Silva is not concerned that Raquel Pennington could knock her out. So, yeah, still in the clinch position in the cage. The fans are not feeling this one. This is one of the things that many people had concerned going into this card was just how lackluster these other fights would be. And it's sort of playing out right here. But nonetheless, by the end of it, we will get a crowned 135 champion. Oh, Raquel Pennington rocks her right there with a 1-2. Oh, what is going on here? Hold on. Hold on. Just got, oh, someone's hurt here. Raquel Pennington got her hurt. Yeah, she closed the distance right away. DC is right. She definitely needs to separate and bang her from a range and just strike her out. There we go. There it is. That's what DC was looking for right there. Now she's back again in a clinch position, to the dismay of DC's wishes that he is instructing while he is commentating. Yeah, 31 significant head strikes for Pennington so far. Okay, so a bit of some turning of the tide here. Okay, now they're back in the clinch position. Back in the backpack position. Oh, no. I think she's about to get choked right here. She's got it. She's got it. Raquel no longer has the 2-on-1 position. Now she's trying to push the elbow right up. And now here comes another attack with the other arm by Bueno Silva, because obviously she wasn't able to get the submission on that one. Now Raquel Pennington's going 2-on-1. Okay, now they're back down on the ground as Bueno Silva is going on a figure 4 body lock right now, which, by the way, really helps disrupt the breathing of your opponent when you have them in that position. Now Bueno Silva somehow ended up on her back. She's trying to go for a rubber guard by the end of that. Good job. Okay, so that's the second round right now. 3 more rounds of this championship fight. The coach is saying, you have that decision to change the shift of this fight. In paraphrasing form is what I'm saying. Right here, a few times Raquel Pennington rocked her. All right, we are now in the third round of this championship fight. Will we see a fourth round? Will we see a fifth round? We're going to find out with these upcoming round right now. Round 3, 457. Here comes Raquel Pennington. Straight away goes for some double jabs, 1-2s. Just going forward with those 1-2s. Look at Raquel Pennington. Now a body lock on Bueno Silva. We go now. They're just both in a body lock position right now, clinching each other from an over-under position. It's going for the knees on Raquel Pennington right here. With an over-under. She's not even under, and she's throwing those knees. Now, how effective is that in keeping her controlled position while they're clinching up against the fence? 345, 344. $335. Still in the clinch position. Nice takedown attempt by Bueno Silva. They both roll out of it, scramble, and back up into the clinch position. She's going for an anaconda choke. She's got it on her chin and not her face, but Raquel Pennington can fight out. There we go. She's out of that position now. She elbows her. .242, 241, 240, 239. We go. Now they're just throwing knees at each other in these clinch positions right now. 213, 211, 210. Yeah, DC is right. If none of these girls are trying anything new, they're going to feel cheated by the end of the night with some surprising decisions by the judges. But again, it could be one of those fights that's going to be hard to score. We have about 1 minute and 45 seconds left of the third round, and then we're going to go into the championship rounds after this round. Yeah, Raquel Pennington got her in a half guard position right now. Now it's got her stacked, now standing over her in up-down position, giving her a leg kick in the up-down position, fixing her wardrobe as she's kicking her. Now we got about less than 1 minute left in the third round. Knees, uppercuts on the clinch right now. 45 seconds left. Guillotine attempt by Raquel Pennington, now stacking her up. .15 seconds left. 10, 9, 8. All right, now we are on to the championship rounds after this one. So a couple of things to notice about this fight as it's going on, right? At any time, the tide between these two ladies can change at any particular moment of time. You've seen that in one exchange, Raquel Pennington was able to rock her, but then at the end of it all, you've seen Bueno Silva come back and hit her with some submission attempts. Some of it looks like a close call. It's literally anybody's fight right now. At this point of the last two rounds, they both need to really push the pace on each other in order to really make a statement to the judges and for those that will have an ambiguous view of how this fight is going. All right, Superman punch with an opener right there. Here we go. Now we are in the championship rounds of this fight. Let's see how this plays out. 240, 239 of the fourth. Body kick attempt by Bueno Silva. Now, it seems to be that the median that they are constantly facing in this fight right now is the clinch positions and those exchanges that they have in that particular setting. Knees by Raquel Pennington. 404. 403. Less than 4 minutes left of the fourth round. Little slap hands by Bueno Silva right here. Ooh. I don't really see a finish going on in this fight with the way that this trajectory is going right now. I think they're going to be satisfied with continuing to do this all throughout the fight, and it's going to give the judges a very hard decision in how they're going to go about making a decision for this fight. So okay, now less than 3 minutes left in the fourth round. So as I was saying, in between the rounds, that these two ladies have to do something drastic or dramatic oh, what is this? What is going on here? Bueno Silva now has a rear naked choke right under her chin, right under her neck now. So now there is no protection for Raquel Pennington right there. She has to... Okay, she got out. Now now Raquel Pennington is back. Raquel Pennington is now on top of Bueno Silva after basically escaping that submission attempt. So here we go. 212, 210, 209, 205, 204. It's elbow from Raquel Pennington on top right here. Yeah, we are about to go on a round 5, and yeah. All right. $115. A little less than 1 minute left on the fourth round now. Here we go. Less than a minute left on the fourth round now. Oh, yeah, that's a good point by Dominic Cruz. Yeah, if she gets put on her back like this in the fifth round, it's going to be a very hard decision for the judges. But look at the ground and pound on Raquel Pennington right now, with just about 18 to 17 seconds left. Eight seconds left. So a great showing for Raquel Pennington on that fourth round right there, now going into the fifth and final round of this championship fight. As I had predicted earlier in the night, I knew that this fight was going to go the distance. I didn't see it any other way. This is the same type of trajectory that you see in a lot of Raquel Pennington fights, But right now, Raquel Pennington is really showing her grit. That last minute grind that you need to win when, let's say, two fighters are as talented as each other and two fighters are as equally skilled as each other. But sometimes that sheer toughness and experience, and not only that, mental fortitude can really get past whatever obstacle that they have over the other in this particular contest. So Raquel Pennington needs to continue what she's doing. Bueno Silva needs to continue fighting a lot more technical, picking her shots, and also just knowing when to get the takedown opportunities if it presents themselves. That's what it takes to win for both of these ladies right now. So here we go. Fifth and final round to crown the vacated 135 undisputed championship. .447, 445 of the fifth and final round. Now, let's not be surprised if this fight ends in a draw. Oh, spinning back fist attempt by Bueno Silva right there. Circle, breakaway, breakaway, circle. Yeah, real good game plan by Pennington right now. Oh, there we go. Pennington actually gets her down right here. Now, if she gets enough ground control here, I mean, she could potentially win this fight. What do you guys think? You think Raquel Pennington... Oh, look at this. She's about to get a full mount on her right now. Oh, she's going to try to finish her right here. She's trying to finish her right here in a full mount position. She's got her thumbs up. She's trying to go for an arm triangle choke here on a full mount position. But in order to get the leverage of this, you need to be in side control. And right now, Raquel Pennington is exhausted from the tremendous pace that she put on in this entire fight. 249, 247 of the fifth and final round. She's just squeezing on full mount position, not really trying to advance. It almost seems like she's either trying to rest or trying to squeeze at the same time. And she's also throwing some body shots along with her arm triangle in the mount position as well. And now she's back with two hands clasped into. Now she's going to, looks like she's trying to go for an Ezekiel choke / arm triangle, but she has the arm wrapped up in that triangle position, but she's trying to get to side control as she's doing this. Less than 2 minutes left now. One minute and 35 seconds left of the fifth and final round. Bueno Silva's just holding on for dear life right here. Under 90 seconds left now in the fight. Here we go. 1 minute left now. Raquel Pennington is still on top. relinquished that arm triangle choke, but she's now stacking her up in a half stack, half full guard position while she's basically trying to butterfly her way out of the full guard position, now back into full guard position, and Raquel Pennington is just pounding away. 35 seconds left. Yeah, the visual of her being on top while she's leg kicking her doesn't go well with the judges in the favor of Bueno Silva, which means that it leads me to the conclusion Raquel Pennington is probably the new 135-pound undisputed champion of the world in a matter of seconds right now. And that's it. The co-main event is in the books tonight. So tonight we will now witness Sean Strickland taking on Dricus du Plessis coming up next. But now we await the decision between these two women. Oh, there's Amanda Nunes right there in the crowd. Could it be appropriate if, let's say, she went up there and crowned these women, gave them the belt? Look at Bueno Silva. She looks very quite confused in the cage, doesn't really understand what's going on. Yeah, so my prediction, I'm probably going to give it to Raquel Pennington on this one, but we'll see. We're going to react to the decision right now and the post-fight interview. Be right back. All right, guys, and we are back. So we just witnessed the entrance of Dricus du Plessis. Now, it's quite interesting when DC said that he not only wants to win for his team, but he wants to win for all of South Africa. Maybe perhaps, how do I say this? Maybe perhaps Dricus wants to win it for the entire continent, but maybe DC didn't want to say that to stir up any controversy. Now here comes Sean Strickland coming out to a very strange entrance music. My name is Sean Strickland and I'm weird. Here we go. Sean Strickland now walking out. So, as I was saying, I got to tell you guys, when I made a video the other day, I said something to the effect that Sean Strickland needs to win this fight in order to keep his superstardom going. But here's the interesting thing that I really forgot to mention. Sean doesn't really care about superstardom. So, in turn, how much does he really care about this fight? Only time will tell as we witness the main event that is happening right now. And by the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe to the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind, as we are about to witness one of the most controversial mixed martial arts fighters of all time in Sean Strickland. So here we go. Now Sean Strickland is at the prep point. I'm excited for this main event. This right here is very exciting because, to be honest, it's a very close 50-50 fight. No, 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 no. It's that same entrance song again. Seventh most significant strikes in the UFC history, 1,714. Recently got his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. And you know what Sean Strickland said? He said, the heck with it. It means nothing to me. It's just the belt. So a really interesting character in the way that he really just breaks things down in the most simplest way, even down to his fighting, which I think is really quite important when you're stepping into a very high pressured situation like this. So here we go. 32 years old, 6'1", 184. Basically the same, identical to Dricus du Plessis. 6'1", 185, 76-inch reach. Here we go. The main event of the evening. There's Marc-Andre right there. So he is the referee for this fight, a very experienced referee at that. They're shouting out Tekken 8, which is sponsored by the UFC. By the way, a perfect company to sponsor this event, Tekken 8, because guess what? If Dricus doesn't take this fight to the ground, we're going to see a lot of Tekken striking going on here. So that's why I think it's appropriate that Tekken was the sponsor for this one. So here we go. This is the moment waiting for. Live. Scotia Arena, Toronto, Canada. Canada. It's time. 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC middleweight championship of the world. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. 20 wins, 2 losses. Stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 184 pounds. Fighting out of Pretoria, South Africa. Number 2 ranked middleweight contender in the world. The challenger, Dricus du Plessis. Here we go. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 6 feet 1, 184 and 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Corona, California, West Side. Representing California. Let's go, Sean. But if you guys saw my prediction, I thought that Dricus is going to win this one just based on his stamina alone. Now, I've also said that if Dricus wins this one, what awaits him is a big money fight with Israel Adesanya. The storyline, the fact that he's the one that's coming in there as a champion. It's just everything that's going his way in this particular direction if he wins. Obviously, a 300 pay-per-view card, perhaps. But here we go, round 1. Round 1 is about to commence. And round 1, here we go. 454, 452. Dominic Cruz just said that this fight is going to show how good these guys really are. I know exactly what he means by that. I think that these two guys, you guys are going to realize how high level they are, and they're going to do high level things to each other, which means, what did I say earlier with the Chris Curtis fight? I compared it to the Conor McGregor fight where he fought Nate Diaz in the rematch, and in the undercard, you had Chris Avila, a Nate Diaz disciple, taking on Artem Lobov, who at the time was Conor's best friend. And here we are, right? Chris Curtis fought Marc-Andre tonight and showed exactly what Sean Strickland was going to do, which is what? Right here at 1 minute already down on this particular fight, you see that Sean Strickland is fighting very technical, as well as he should. He's not fighting with emotions. He's not thinking about, oh, you said this about my dad or this and that. None of that. He's not thinking about that. All that he's thinking about right now is the same thing that he's always done at the gym, which is this. So here we are at 335, 334, 333 of the first round between Dricus du Plessis and Sean Strickland. So why I said that Sean Strickland truly needs to win this fight as we're watching 315, 314, 313 is because Sean Strickland right now is famous because of the consecutive things that he was able to accomplish, which was beat Izzy, but prior to beating Izzy, he was just an apex fighter and now catapulted into this huge platform to where people can now look and say, you know what, there's a guy that I can relate to. So therefore, all of that is predicated on winning. On top of the fact that he is a very controversial guy that says what he wants, you also have to take into consideration that merit can't, you can't have that if you don't win. I mean, look at Floyd Mayweather. The guy talks about being undefeated, being richer than everybody else, having a better record than everybody else, even though you could challenge how many titles he's won as opposed to the other guys that were also undefeated, or other guys that are not undefeated but have won in multiple weight classes and have won undisputed championships in which he has not. Nonetheless, he has the moral high ground because he won and he talks smack. Well, Sean Strickland needs to win right now. So right now, that is literally 3 minutes, just over under 3 minutes down in the first round right now. 142, 141, 140, 139 of the first round between Strickland and Dricus du Plessis. There we go. Missed that kick. Sean sort of backed up. Here we go. Now he's shooting in. Sean dared this guy, hey, we're going to do the man dance, but guess what? Dricus du Plessis says that I am a mixed martial artist. And here we are. 113, 112, 111 of the first round. Dricus du Plessis has finally taken down Sean Strickland. When he promised him that he wasn't going to do that, but he was going to strike with him, quote unquote, do the man dance. Instead, here we are, the last 60 seconds of the fight. Dricus has won a takedown already, and he's also really not done bad with himself on the feet. Sort of playing into the game of Sean Strickland and his pace. So here we go, 35 seconds left of the first round. Low kick by Dricus du Plessis. Less than 30 seconds now. Double jab by Sean. Jab backs with Dricus du Plessis. Front kick by Sean. Teep kick. Leg kick by Dricus. High leg kick. Head kick by Dricus. 15 seconds left. Overhand right. Jab by. Go 10 seconds. Less than 5 seconds now in the first round. Ooh, straight right hand by Sean. Sean Strickland gave him a good crack right there at the end with that straight cross to his face. Hey, but big ups to Dricus. He got the points going, being able to get some of that ground control and then being able to finish that takedown. Some judges are going to favor that. Remember, this is the land of Georges St-Pierre. Georges St-Pierre has fought in this particular part of the world several times in his home country, and you know that they favor wrestling, but you never know. In some of the previous fights tonight, they looks like they favored the striker over the wrestler. Now look at Sean standing in the middle of the round instead of sitting down, and Dricus decided to sit down as well. Let's take a look at this replay right here. He goes for that right hand. It sort of landed in the shoulder of Dricus du Plessis, sort of almost emulating the same shoulder roll that Sean Strickland does. I got to tell you, the reason why that shoulder roll really works for Mayweather is because of the fact that he has a small head and a big shoulder. So here we go. Second round. 451, 450, 449 of the second round of this championship fight. Again, first round, I'm going to score it for Dricus. Overhand right by Dricus right there. How do you guys score it? Write down in the comment section below. Let me know what you think. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering the fights right now live. 433, 432 of the second round. Hooks by Dricus du Plessis. Here comes Sean Strickland coming in with the jab. Double jab by Dricus du Plessis. 420 mark of the second round. Strickland being encouraged by the crowd. They're going, let's go Strickland. Let's go Strickland. Spinning back fist by Dricus du Plessis there. Now 4 minutes left of the second round. And here we go. That darting motion that Dricus du Plessis is doing again. Remember that. Here we go. They're pairing in each other right now. Front kick by Sean. Sean loves using that front kick as sort of a jab, as well as he should. Bruce Lee always emphasized on the straight shots rather than the big windups, which, by the way, oh, Sean just rocked him right there with a straight shot himself. Straight to the center. Double jab by Sean right there. So one can argue perhaps maybe Sean won this round right here just based on the strikes. Here we go. 310, 309 of the second round of this championship fight. I told you guys, I think this is going to go to a decision. Now, Dricus doesn't go to a decision often. How will his gas tank hold up in a situation that he's never been in? Now, Sean Strickland, guess what he's been doing? What I've been telling you guys in the preview to this show was he's been getting ready with all these Apex fights he had going on. So he's in match fit shape to do this. Now, Dricus, yes, he's in shape to fight, but this is the first time we're going to see if Dricus can hold on to 5 rounds of this particular contest, to which he's never done before. I think this is where Dricus is truly going to be tested. And both of these guys are really going to earn each other's respect as this fight is going on. Because right now, they're doing a lot of feints, trying to read each other, trying to do something different. Look at Dricus. He went down for the body right there. Low kick, gets checked by Sean. And there's Sean right there with his Mayweather shoulder roll. 152, 150. Here we go. Parry by so they seem very comfortable in fighting this kind of pace. Because you got to understand, this is how Sean Strickland trains. It's very efficient. But what Dricus needs to do is get him out of that comfort zone, which is what he's doing right now. See all these exchanges that he's doing? He's doing this in a rapid motion to really get the adrenal responses of Sean Strickland. Meaning that what he's trying to do is overload him and overwhelm him with these power shots. Whereas with Sean Strickland, he's doing the complete opposite. He's trying to fight with pure efficiency. And there it is, another takedown by Dricus du Plessis. Just as I had predicted in the prediction show of this particular channel, don't forget to like and subscribe, that Dricus would take him down. That's exactly what he's doing right now. That he would outstrike him. He would have the grappling advantage because he uses it more. And not only that, his conditioning and the way that him and his team train. Overhand right by Dricus. There it is. Oh, and another spinning back fist along with those hooks. So you see, a lot of what Dricus is doing is really high overloading shots. And I want you to notice as the fight goes on how Sean is going to respond to those rapid exchanges. Because there is a purpose behind the rapid exchanges that Dricus du Plessis is doing. The corner of Dricus du Plessis is telling him that he is tired. Well, I don't know about that. I think what they are trying to do is get him tired. But is Sean tired? Judging by the fact that he's standing in between his corner right now, looking ready to go and looking psyched up, I think contradicts what Dricus's corner just told him. Nonetheless, again, this is why I said I'm very curious to see how Sean Strickland is going to respond to all these overloading shots that Dricus is doing, because he's doing it for a purpose. He's doing it to really drain the battery of Sean Strickland because he feels that he has a stronger and longer battery that he's trained in his training camp. in ways that Sean Strickland just relies on technical efficiency and technical movements to really guard his cardio, to where he doesn't have to push much, sort of like Nate Diaz. But what he does is Nate Diaz, is that he sort of turns it up on you. There it is. Head kick by Dricus there, connects on that one. And then blitzes, as what Dominic Cruz described. See, a lot of these blitzing really make Sean feel uncomfortable and insecure in different places. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. As soon as this main event is over, I will sign out, and I will make a reaction video at some point regarding the cards and the fight of this magnitude. I mean, it was a great night of fights, but I think if Dricus is to win this tonight, it would really put the cherry on top with such an entertaining card. On top of that, too, the fact that Sean Strickland, I mean, yes, he's a popular guy to a certain subculture of people, but, man, he's also hated to a certain subculture of people. And either result of this fight is really going to garner a lot of media attention, which, by the way, if Dricus du Plessis happens to be the one to pull it off, even better for him, because he looks like the guy that dethroned the anti-hero, while also waiting in the wings is a big fight with Israel Adesanya that has racial implications and blockbuster hits that come with those controversies. Body kick by Dricus du Plessis right here. $249. There it is. Another blitzing move by Dricus du Plessis. And he's switching stances while he's doing it. There it is. He's blitzing while he's switching stances at the same time. So this is what Dricus means when he said that he has a new style that a lot of people haven't figured out yet. And what that is look, like what DC is saying, look at the activity level that he has. This is what Dricus du Plessis does, is that he overloads you with a lot of these power shots. And then in the meantime, he tries to call you bluff by pushing the issue against you. Look at that, just constant backing Sean away. Whereas Sean, when he fought Israel Adesanya, he was the one backing him away. But guess what Dricus du Plessis is doing to Sean Strickland right now? He is Sean Stricklanding Sean Strickland, but he's doing it in a much more aggressive way. Because like I said, Sean Strickland fights in a very energy-efficient manner. Whereas with Dricus du Plessis tries to go chicken with you. You ever seen The Last Action Hero with Arnold Schwarzenegger, where he tries to play chicken with the bad guy, where they're about to crash cars and one guy has to dare the other guy to go in one direction? Well, Dricus is the guy that is willing to crash with you because he knows that he has some sort of armored front and rear to back him up in those exchanges. But guess what backs him up in these exchanges? The fact that he's trained in the heat, and not only that, in some of the worst conditions. You got to remember, his coach goes and hits these guys with stun guns while they're training. That's how insane this particular training method is with Dricus. And it's the reason why he's able to push the pace that he's pushing right now. 49 seconds left, 47 seconds left. And as the fight gets longer, DC is right. He is going to fatigue at a certain point. Spinning back kick. And look at Sean Strickland. He's still in the same steady pace. And guess what? At any moment of time, Dricus can choose to go shoot in on Sean Strickland right now. See, look at that. Those lazy front kicks. As the way Dricus is making it seem like, hey, those are lazy, what you're doing. You know what? You're throwing these. I'm going to hit you back with those. As soon as he hit him with a front kick, guess what he did? He threw a leg kick at him and then just blitzed at him again. A little sign of respect in between the rounds right there. So that is the end of the third round. And now we are going into the championship fourth round. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as I work hard for you guys to cover all the different variations and aspects of mixed martial arts, such as geopolitics, psychoanalysis. Not only that, the understanding of the training camp and environment that these fighters go through, while giving you predictions, while also covering different combat sports that is tied to mixed martial arts, and also all the different political figures in the world of politics that are tied to mixed martial arts. Don't forget to like and subscribe either way. So here we go. Going into the fourth round, championship rounds. So the corner of Dricus du Plessis is saying that he's a little bit fatigued as Sean Strickland. Is that true? Well, I tell you what, this is the plan and the strategy of Dricus du Plessis, is to push the issue. How will Sean Strickland respond? So far, pretty okay and fresh. But look, Dricus can constantly push this pace. And this right here is what's going to be very dangerous for Sean Strickland to deal with. Even though he is technically efficient enough to be able to dodge a lot of these shots and get away from a lot of these dangerous exchanges, but he's not going to look good in the eyes of the judges, and especially with his takedown attempt right here. 420, 419, 418 of the fourth round. Here we go. A little exchange between them in the pocket right now. 4 minutes left of the fourth round. Body kick in between those exchanges with Dricus and hooks. Now they're throwing hooks at each other. 340, 339, 337, 336. Oh, Sean is cut up bleeding right now from those exchanges. I'm telling you, those power shots come in handy at some point, and he's constantly connecting at them. Sean is cut badly right now. 304, 305. So we have 3 minutes left of the first championship rounds. Fourth round, fifth coming up. Dricus coming on strong with them hooks. Now Sean decides to clinch, tries to wrestle him. I think Dricus is going to get the better of these exchanges, goes down for the single trip. Now he's got Sean Strickland's back, pushing him up against the fence. 240, 239. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe to my mixed martial arts channel, the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind, as we go into 220, 219, 218. Leaking. Sean Strickland is leaking bad right now. Blitzing attempt by Dricus, but he disguises that while he's blitzing and then goes in there with a hook. 2 minutes left. Sean Strickland's starting to look like Stone Cold Steve Austin right now. When he fought Bret Hart, by the way. Another takedown by Dricus du Plessis. I'm sorry, Dricus du Plessis is the new world champion, guys. No matter what happens in this fight, Dricus du Plessis is going to continue this pace over and over again. Remember, this is a guy that came from high elevation, and not only that, his coach goes out and stuns him with a stun gun while also training in the heat. In a hot wrestling room, in a hot training MMA room, that's where they train at high elevation. So it is no wonder that he's able to keep up this kind of pace. Now, Sean Strickland can keep up with it, but man, at some point, if this man wants to hold you down, he can hold you down. And in the midst of that, he's also throwing the harder shots at you. So you may be the more technical fighter, but these shots, they're constantly connecting. So don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, to El-Kheer MMA, the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. Don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering live Dricus du Plessis versus Sean Strickland. Don't forget to watch all the way from the beginning as well. Like and subscribe, share. 20 seconds left of the 4th round. Big swing by Dricus du Plessis, a miss. Low kick, spinning back kick. 11 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 7. And that is the end of the 4th round. So, guys, who do you have that one winning? 20 minutes in the books, 1 round remaining. Sean Strickland cut up. Not only that, being out-wrestled, trying to show a certain bravado of saying, hey, you know what? I'm not tired. I'm not going to go and sit in between the corners. Meanwhile, there's Dricus just chilling, relaxing, knows how to use his strength at the right time. But not only that, knows how to really push a relentless pace. They say that Colby Covington pushes a relentless pace, but the way that Dricus does it, it's like just constant spinning attacks after another. On top of that, constant wrestling exchanges that's really hard to deal with because of his strength and because of the training and the conditioning that I once told you guys in the preview to the show that he is doing. There's the South African crowd right now looking on to Dricus du Plessis. Here we go. The 5th and final round, guys. Guys, after this fight is over and once the announcement is, revealed, I'm going to sign off. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Here we are, the 5th and final round. After this fight, I will sign off. But don't forget to stay tuned right here, right now, as we are 454, 453, 452. Here we go. Spinning attack once again after that miss body kick by Dricus. Here we go. Dricus, it's going to be the same. He's going to constantly push the pressure on Sean Strickland. He's going to keep going. He can relax a little bit, but man, I think those takedowns really won him the fight. And on top of that, the ground control time that Dricus was able to pull on Sean Strickland. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe to El-Kheer MMA, the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. Thank you very much, inshallah. And there's Dricus hitting him with a shot to the head right there. Here we go. Now he's just, wow, man. There really is a method to Dricus's madness now that you really think about it, and the way that he broke it down during the fight week, during the media interviews. There really is a method to his madness. Hard shots, constant, in your face, but not only that, using just different angles every time, changing levels, but not only that, changing stances. And look, he's not all the way squared up. As always, he can just sort of swing at you in a very flat-footed kind of way where it's squared open rather than like the traditional boxer stance where you're bladed up in the way that you're in your fighting stance. He can literally do it all. See right there, and then another head kick by him. So here we go. Less than 3 minutes, or just right around 3 minutes of the 5th and final round right now. So because of the fact that Sean Strickland, Dricus du Plessis never really went to a decision in many of his fights, this right here proves that he can really do it. This is one of those fights that prove Dricus du Plessis not only can finish you, submit you, take you down, hold you down. There it is right here, another takedown attempt, but this time Sean Strickland stuffs it. However, a little too late, as we are witnessing Sean Strickland lose his belt before our very eyes with a very elusive, very unorthodox Dricus du Plessis. And the way that he trains is unorthodox, but not only that, the way that he fights is also equally unorthodox and just out of the norm, and perhaps maybe creating a new trend to MMA in the way that George St. Pierre has, in the way that Rickson Gracie before him has, in the way that all these other pioneers of MMA, in the ways that we train and in the ways that we use the technique, can really propel the next generation to a different level of greatness and a different level of technique that just constantly evolves. And right now, the number one data to look to in the most updated form of MMA is Dricus du Plessis. That is at least in the 185 division, and he's showing it right here. But the significant strikes in this round seem to have been on the favor of Sean Strickland. We will see how the judges are going to score this. We are just about 69 seconds left into this whole entire fight, and Dricus is just throwing kicks low and to the body just with the combinations. And then he goes back into the boxing stance with constantly switching stances. Under a minute left now. I think we're going to see a matchup between Dricus du Plessis and Israel Adesanya for UFC 300. Mark my words, he wins this, which it looks like he's in the trajectory to do so. Mark my words, it's going to be the blockbuster hit between Israel Adesanya and Dricus du Plessis, but Dricus du Plessis is... Wow, Sean Strickland a little too late come lately, huh? But look, he's fighting for his life. He's fighting for his belt right there with the last 10 seconds. A forecast that was a war, and that was what they got, as they said. All right. Guys, that was an amazing night of fights. I'm going to sign off as soon as the decision is called. I'm going to react to it a little bit, and yeah, we'll go from there. So here we go. Yeah, Dricus should be proud to be able to know that he can go 5 rounds. Sometimes you may never know if you're just a straight finisher. You see, Shane Carwin had to find out the rough way when he fought Brock Lesnar. So we're going to decide the middleweight championship right now. Yeah, the takedowns definitely won this for Dricus right here. There's no doubt about it. Dricus has to be the winner of this fight. There's no other way to really put it. Boom. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, the type of shots that Dricus was throwing was absolutely deliberate in a way where he really wanted to show that, you know what, you can't keep up with my pace and I'm going to drown you with it. Whereas with Sean, he just relied a lot on technical efficiency. And sometimes, you know what, that's just not good enough when you're dealing with a freak athlete. And this is a thing that people have to understand. Sometimes freak athletes can really dominate the experienced martial artist. So that's something that people really have to understand. All right. So here we go. Now we will find out. Wow. One has it for Strickland. Okay, the other one has it for Plessis. That makes sense. Split decision. No, Dricus du Plessis is the new world champion. The undisputed 185 champion of the UFC, the first South African to ever do it, and he did it in a very hard way. I got to tell you guys, I have said this over and over again. I have said that the middleweight division is the most stacked division, and a lot of people doubted me for saying that. I'm going to play you a video that I made a couple of months ago describing why the middleweight division is the best division in the current moment of time. Not the best, but maybe the most underrated. I'm going to play it right now because I'm telling you, there's no time like the present, right? So why not play what is present in the current moment of time, which is what? The fact that the middleweight division is the best division in the UFC right now. And maybe not the best. Okay, that's a bit of an overreach to say, but I will say that, you know what? It's the most stacked division in the entire UFC's. Let me see. Let me see if I can find this here. Dricus is saying, can I get my flag right now? Here we go. 6 months ago, I said this.
We'll just do it with one take from here. So the best way to really understand the 185 division right now is exactly as how it follows. You have Izzy on top, and then you have a bunch of other guys on the bottom that he's either fought or have fought themselves within the range of the top 8. You have Sean Strickland, who recently just won last night against an unranked opponent. And why is that? Because there's just not a lot of guys that were willing to take that fight against him. Now, with Sean, this guy is willing to take fights at any given minutes of notice and will even go out and fight Alex Bahera again, which, by the way, he's actually sparred with him prior to this matchup he had with Abus during this weekend's fight. Now, the way that Sean Strickland is built, it's like as if he's going to continue fighting with very minimal damage, which really surprised me because he used a lot of great Philly shell defensive boxing techniques and really fought in that similar type of pace in a boxing setting. And what do I mean by that? If you guys ever watched professional boxing in comparison to the boxing that you would see used in MMA with slick jabs and the things that Max Holloway does or the things that Conor McGregor has done with the likes of, let's say, Eddie Alvarez. The difference with that in boxing is the amount of patience that you have to endure. And what do I mean by that? Well, if you're a top level world championship boxer, you have to be jab heavy. And when you're jab heavy, you're able to control the range, you're able to control the shots, you're able to control the pace of the fight. And what we have going on with Sean Strickland is exactly something similar to that in a boxing pace. Whereas, let's say, the likes of Khabib Nurmagomedov or the likes of Khamzat or even the likes of Robert Whittaker or GSP may fight a little bit more of an explosive side or use a lot of powerful movements to try to negotiate their tactics against their opponents. Like, for example, GSP would try to play the opposite game, meaning that if you are a world level wrestler with the likes of Josh Koscheck, what was he going to do with you? He was going to jab your face in. That's exactly what he did in that fight. And then when you have the likes of, let's say, a striking centric fighter such as Dan Hardy, what was he going to do with him? Well, he took him down to the ground, over and over again and had several submission attempts in which he was trying to rip his arm off, and to the credit of Dan Hardy, was able to get out of it. So that type of pace is relentless. It's also very taxing, but it's also the reason why a lot of guys will cut their careers short. And rightfully so. This is what you see with Khabib Nurmagomedov. He knew that the type of style he had going on was very fast-paced heavy, in which that it was only going to be conducive for a younger fighter that can recover a lot better than, let's say, somebody who's of a latter stage of their career, or somebody a little bit older, or somebody that had miles in their clock, or all of the above. Now, not to get off track with the 185 division of the UFC, but I wanted you guys to understand the pace that Sean Strickland sets in a fight. What it is it's a very monotone pace, meaning that he keeps a certain pace in which it is no different than what he does in a sparring match. And you've heard McGregor say this over and over again, where he mentioned something to the effect of, well, I treat it like a sparring match, mate. I go out there and I just feel the moment, and I just this and that. You know, that's basically the way that he describes it, is a sparring match. When he went into the Donald Cerrone fight in 2020, how did he describe it? A sparring match. He described it as nonchalantly and just going in, doing whatever it is that he does on a daily basis. Now, the way that Sean Strickland fights, that's exactly how he went about this fight. Another sparring session. You want to know why? Because the way that he spars and the way that he trains is exactly just that. I don't think Sean Strickland does any circuit training or weight training or anything like that. And by the way, if you guys would like to check out what MMA conditioning, strength, workouts and circuits are going to be like, I suggest you take a look at the next video I'm about to post, something I recorded off of the gym, just to give you guys an idea of what it is and what it means to train in a functional manner. Very similar to what Kyle Dake, the four-time weight NCAA champion, does in his workouts. He does what you call functional patterns. And what it is that you do workouts that are specifically to the effect of the sport that you are doing. So in other words, if you're doing, let's say, bench presses or military press or anything to that effect, you got to ask yourself, where and when are you going to use these movements, and how are they going to improve your explosiveness? How are they going to make you a lot stronger? How are they going to make you a lot more effective in the techniques that you're trying to employ? So these are the type of workouts that address that. Now with Sean Strickland, he does absolutely none of that. What he does is he goes into a gym, spars with guys, and barely even hits the bag. Maybe he hits the bag a few times, but most of his workouts are nothing but sparring. And how many rounds of that does that consist of? Well, only he knows and only his training partners know. But you also know that he trains in Extreme Couture, which means that they're also a team that can kind of hone him back to having, let's say, more of a mature and a professional training method or a training schedule to what he has to do. But nonetheless, Sean does what he does, and he becomes great at it. And it's the reason why he has great timing in his shots. And during his fights, you see that going on. It's like he mentions his fist being a pitter-patter. He says that he hits like a girl. Very self-aware in the way that he describes himself, right? Because he's kind of right in a way, look, if you don't train in the kind of functional manner that increases your speed, increases your punching power, increases your explosivity in terms of how you're going to react when punches are thrown at you, or how you're going to react on the offense, or how to switch up from offense to defense, you're not going to be able to translate that in a fight. A bench press, the amount of pull-ups that you can do, the amount of chin-ups that you can do, or even the amount of squats that you can do can really mean squat diddly in the actual match in and of itself, when you're not training with full functional patterns of the movement that you're going to have to get used to in a fight or in a combat setting. So with Sean Strickland, he does something similar to that in terms of actually going in there in a live fire. That's literally how he trains and how you describe it. It's an absolute live fire. He just goes in there and goes for broke with whoever, and then that's what he does. That's how he fights, but it's effective at the same time. You also got to wonder the longevity of the actual method itself. So what we have with Israel Adesanya, he is the guy that is ruling the 185 division right now. So is that a problem? In a way, yes, because he's already beaten the likes of the number one guy right now, which is Alex Pereira. What is he going to do? This guy's going to move up 205 or maybe even heavyweight. He's currently walking around at 230 right now, and for him to make 185 would be an absolute drag and would be very hard on his body once again in the long term of his career. Now with Robert Whittaker, he's at number 2 right now. He's about to fight Dricus du Plessis in this coming weekend, which is going to determine if Dricus du Plessis is going to earn the title shot against Izzy. Because guess what? Him and Izzy got a great storyline going on. You got a white South African guy who's moving up the ranks, the type of region in South Africa in which the UFC is trying to market, another global stage. And then on top of the fact that Israel Adesanya is already a global brand and a global product in and of himself in the current time of being a world champion and being an icon of the sport in the current moment of time. And it's going to be a big fight. The implications and the storyline has a great feel to it, will be promoted heavily in different regions of the world, including the regions that already have MMA, such as America, Brazil, and Japan, and Europe, and et cetera, et cetera. And then with Paulo Costa, once again, he's still in the mix, number 5. He already fought Izzy. Marvin Vettori, he already fought him. Jack Hermanson, he's lost a few times, had a few of his chances moving up the ranks, but just couldn't crack the top 5. Brendan Allen is on his way up. Kelvin Gastelum has been in there with Izzy, but is still up there in his latter stage of his career right now. Nasruddin Imavov fell down a few times, took a loss, still in the top 15. And then there's Andre Muniz and Chris Curtis in the mix of the last top of the 15. So that's literally what's going on in the state of the 185 division right now. Once again, they're going to have to create a lot of creative matches at the same time. A lot of these guys that have the big names like Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis, the 2 guys that would be the absolute great white hope opponent for Izzy, they got to do their part, and that is win. Sean did his part yesterday, took that W. Now Dricus du Plessis has a hard task ahead of him in UFC 290. Will he be able to do it? You got to find out this weekend. That's why they call it the theater of the unknown. Enjoy the fights.
All right, so I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a bonus episode for those that have stayed and give you some of my final thoughts. I'm going to say this, okay? In order for you to be a world champion, you have to have all your ducks in a row. Now, this is going to sound like an absolute criticism of Sean Strickland. In a way, it is. Because let's face it, he's a talented fighter, but you need to have a little bit more than that. You're a world champion. Now, you beat a world champion at a night where that world champion legend in Izzy was off. But guess what? You now have earned that responsibility of being a champion, which means what? You have to learn how to defend takedowns. You have to learn how to be well-rounded. You have to learn how to slap on submissions whenever you need. You have to learn how to be very creative with your strikes. Now, unfortunately, Sean Strickland has not done any of that. And as a result, well, he got outclassed by a fighter that was not only unorthodox, creative, a better athlete, but not only this, as a better athlete, somebody that trains way harder. Because you have to do a little bit more than just go out there and spar. I'm just going to be very honest with you. You need to do more than just spar. Now, in my humble opinion, I think Sean Strickland only resorting to sparring for any of his training, in my opinion, is a cop-out. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, how could you say that? Bro, to be honest with you, we're all fighters. We're all competitors. We've all loved the sparring sessions that everything, of the sparring sessions have to offer. But the one thing that you have to understand is that you have to do a little bit more than just sparring, because sparring is nothing more than a treat. And as a result, that it's just a treat, you have to do the hard things. You can't just eat your candy all the time. So, in other words, you have to do the hard stuff. You have to do the drills. You have to do the conditioning. You have to do the calisthenics that are necessary in order for you to perform at an optimal state. Being able to understand your body's movements, your ins and outs, your angles that you're moving, and the angles that you're covering, and the angles that you're going to cut off from your opponent. All these different intricacies. And not only that, being able to know how to decompartmentalize from kickboxing, boxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling to judo, and what other specialties you may need to get ready for a specific matchup for a specific opponent. Nonetheless, Sean Strickland did none of that. All he did is the same thing that he's always done, which took him far enough, which is what? Just spar all day long. But if you want to fight at the highest level, in levels where you really have to show that you are the best in the world and that nobody can touch you, you have to be able to have all boxes checked. The wrestling, the jiu-jitsu, the kickboxing, the boxing, and all the other creative stuff in between that to really hone in the difference between you as an elite versus the other people that are also elite. But what makes you the top tier one of the elite is really what changes from one person to another and what they are willing to do and what time they're willing to spend in getting better at certain aspects. And Sean just isn't doing that. He's not doing the conditioning that he may need to do. He's only just sparring guys day in and day out, which, by the way, a lot of people will argue at some point that's going to damage you. But it took him far, but not far enough tonight. Tonight, we saw the new levels in MMA and what it takes to be a world champion, and Dricus du Plessis has shown that. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe if you like this. I urge you to rewind back the last 5 minutes of this particular segment. It's going to start from 3:55 to 4-hour mark of this live stream, which I'm going to cut off in 1 minute. I'm just going to say like and subscribe. Don't forget to like, share, tell a friend to share, and like and subscribe as well. But don't forget to rewind back in the last 5 minutes in explaining what are the new levels in MMA and what is it that you need to be the top dog of today's well-rounded generation. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Inshallah, I hope you guys enjoy the fight nights. I enjoyed being able to cover this fight nights with you guys, and I'm going to cut this stream off at the 5-minute mark. I'm sorry, at the 4-hour mark. And don't forget to rewind 5 minutes back in the 5-minute mark of this, well, outerlude that you'd like to call this interlude. Yeah, the outro to the entire event. Good night, guys.